Just checking sound. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, sure can. Can you hear me?
Yep, sure can. Great.
Awesome. We're good.
Piper and Craig, if you can help me keep an eye out, if you see folks that shouldn't be on this as we get into the executive session, let's just G-chat or something and we'll talk to them and ask them to remove themselves. I haven't spotted anybody yet, but we should keep that in mind.
Sounds good.
Just a quick question. This is an exec session that we're going to be headed into. It says that this is currently being live streamed. Is that intentional?
Yeah, so we're live streaming on YouTube and we're in the Zoom room. So the public can hear us on YouTube go into executive session. And then
Okay.
we'll move to a breakout session in a breakout room, which will be recorded separately. And the folks that are on YouTube will just see a message that says that we're currently in executive session and will return momentarily.
Great. Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Hi, Herman. This is Ricky. I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So, it says Diane's note taker is requesting to record this meeting. Should I approve that or decline that?
Say that again.
I just got a notification saying Diane's note taker is requesting to record this meeting. Should I decline that?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think we're getting close to ready to start, Chair Cook, though I don't see Lisa on yet. So I want to make sure we have Lisa on before we go into executive session.
I could ask for a clarifying question here, or a clarifying question first. Justin's script said HPTE goes first and then TC and then CTE in terms of taking a vote to go into the executive session. Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be fine. I guess I didn't realize that order, but if you have that order, I'm great with it. Leslie or Ricky, do we have anybody in the waiting room?
Not that I can see.
All right, great. I just messaged Lisa. I think she'll be on momentarily. And chairs, if it works for you all, once we get into executive session, maybe one of you can turn it over to me since we need to know everybody who's in the room. I can just read down the list that I have and you can say who you are and who you represent. And then that way we're not all trying to talk at the same time, if that makes sense.
Hi all. Sorry for taking me a minute to get on.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. So chairs, I think we're ready to roll.
Thank you. This is Cecil Gutierrez, Chair of the Colorado Transportation Investment Office Board of Directors. Call the meeting back to order after recess. The item on the agenda is an executive session, joint executive session with the Transportation Commission. This is Cecil Gutierrez, Chair of the Colorado Transportation Investment Office Board of Directors. It is December 17th, 2025, and the time is 12:09. This is a regular meeting of CTIO Board of Directors. The agenda calls for a joint executive session for the purpose of considering matters related to the negotiations for the state's purchase of rail access from BNSF Railroad for the Joint Service Passenger Rail Project, premature disclosure of which would give an unfair competitive or bargaining advantage to a person whose personal private interest is adverse to the general public interest, and also will include BNSF's confidential commercial information. The executive session discussion is required to be kept confidential pursuant to Section 24-6-402, Parent 3, Parent a, Parent Roman numeral 1, and Parent Roman numeral 3, and Section 24-72-204, Parent 3, Parent a, Roman numeral 4. Do I have a motion to convene the Board of Directors in executive session? And please make that motion and identify who's making the motion, please. And the same with the second, as I have a full screen.
This is Terry Hart. I'll go ahead and make that motion.
Thank
Hannah
you.
Parsons will make Hannah with the second.
Hannah, I'm afraid it has to be a CTIO board member. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was,
But thank you.
look how enthusiastic I am, Cecil.
Yeah, I get it.
I'll make the second, Director Sacraponte.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second from Director Hart and seconded by Director Sacraponte. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion passes unanimously. And I believe the next item is,
I'll go ahead and kick off the TC. This is Shelley Cook, Chair of the Colorado Transportation Commission. It is December 17, 2025, and the time is now 12:11 p.m. This is a regular workshop meeting of the TC. The agenda calls for a joint executive session of the TC, the CTE Board of Directors, and the HPTE Board of Directors pursuant to sections 24(6), 402, 3A1, and 3A2, and section 24(772), 204, 3A4 of the Colorado Revised Statutes for the purpose of considering matters related to the negotiations for the state's purchase of rail access from BNSF Railroad for the Joint Service Passenger Rail Project, premature disclosure of which would give an unfair competitive or bargaining advantage to a person whose personal private interest is adverse to the general public interest, and also will include BNSF's confidential commercial information. Do I have a motion by a TC member to convene the TC in executive session? And again, please state your name as well.
This is Barbara.
Diane Barrett.
Okay, Barbara Bowman making the motion, Diane Barrett the second. Any discussion on the motion? Then all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Okay, well, we need 2/3 of a vote of the entire membership of the board. That's 8 yes votes, and we have that. So turning it over now to CTEE, Chris Jones, Chris.
Thank you, Chair Cook. This is Chris Jones, Chair of the Clean Transit Enterprise Board of Directors. It is December 17th, 2025, and the time is now 12:13. The HPTE Board and the Transportation Commission are both still in session for their December 2025 regular meeting. Is there also a motion to convene the CTE Board of Directors in executive session pursuant to sections 24-6-402, 3A1 and 3, and section 24-72, 204, 3A4 of the Colorado Revised Statutes for the purpose of considering matters related to the negotiations for the state's purchase of rail access from BNSF Railroad for the Joint Service Passenger Rail Project, premature disclosure of which would give an unfair competitive or bargaining advantage to a person whose personal private interest is adverse to the general public interest and also will include BNSF's confidential commercial information. Do I hear a motion from a CTE board member?
Hi, this is Rick Coffin, CTE board member. I'll make that motion.
This is CTE board member Kathleen Brackey. I'll second.
Great. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And now, let's see, off to Chair Zink. According to my script.
I think that was all three boards. Which chair did you say needed to go next?
My script says Chair Zink.
No,
Oh,
my guess is it's probably me, because then I have to. We are now in executive session, all three boards, and
Yeah, so
there's another. there's
Hold
another
on.
part of the script that has to happen. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, are we ready to move into executive session to continue the rest of the script?
I believe so. I will defer to the attorneys, but I believe we are.
Yep. All right, Ricky, if you can move us into the breakout room. So everyone's going to get a request on your screen to join a breakout room. If you can accept that, you have like 1 minute to accept it once it comes up. And then once everyone's in the room, then we'll proceed with the executive session.
Give it a minute here for everybody to rejoin. Okay, let's go ahead and resume our session. I'm Shelley Cook. This is the Colorado Transportation Commission workshop, budget workshop to begin with. It's December 17. It's 1:09 p.m. And first on our agenda is that workshop. Jeff Sudmeyer and Bethany Nicholas, are you on the line here?
Hello, this is Jeff. I'm on the line.
Okay, please proceed.
All right. And Herman, I should know this, but who is manning handling the slides today?
It's going to be Leslie, and she's pulling those up now.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, while Leslie pulls those up, I will go ahead and get started. So in today's budget workshop, we're going to cover the December budget amendment. The December budget amendment includes two requests, both of them related to the Innovative Mobility Program and the Office of Innovative Mobility. Let's go ahead to the next slide. And I think you can go on one more slide, Leslie. Thanks. So in total, these two requests will reallocate $5.6 million from line 44, Innovative Mobility Program, to line 47, Rail Program, and line 66, Agency Operations. Over the last few years, the Office of Innovative Mobility has accumulated a roll forward balance. Those are funds from prior years that haven't been encumbered into a project or a contract. There are several reasons for the accumulation of that roll forward balance. One, the Office of Innovative Mobility is a relatively new office, and there's some inherent lag as a new office sets up new programs. So that's certainly been the case here. So we've had some of this just sort of the result of lag in time in setting up the program and programming funds. There's also been the office has also been very successful in securing additional federal grant funding. That has also helped to contribute to a roll forward balance as we received federal grants that had the effect of supplanting some of the program dollars and making it so those were no longer needed in the places they were originally programmed. So the Office of Innovative Mobility has worked recently to try to identify a plan for those roll forward balances to make sure that we get those dollars programmed and deployed and get the program kind of caught up, so to speak. So what you are seeing today, much if not all of this request relates to those efforts to reprogram those balances. So the first of the requests that I'll walk through today is a request to transfer $3 million of that roll forward balance from the Innovative Mobility Program line 44 to line 47 Rail Program. This is to provide funding to support the Front Range Passenger Rail District and the development of its ballot access plan, which would ultimately lead to a ballot measure and, if successful, an ongoing source of funding for the district, which it currently lacks. Funds would be made available via an IGA between CDOT and the district. and it would be split in 2 installments of 1.5 million each, with the second installment only made available upon completion of specific performance objectives, benchmarks, and schedules. There are 2 approval actions related to this item on the agenda for later in the meeting. The first, proposed resolution number 5, directs staff to enter into an IGA with the district, and that IGA would include clear benchmarks, deliverables, schedules, performance metrics, reporting requirements, and financial accountability provisions. The second, proposed resolution 6, is the actual approval of the budget amendment and the transfer of funds from the OIM budget to the rail program budget. So before I move on to the second part of today's budget amendment, I'm going to pause here and see if Kay Kelly has anything she'd like to add with respect to the $3 million in rail funding.
No, Jeff, I think you covered it well, but I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Okay, we can pause there if there are any questions. If not, I can continue on to the next item here.
Yeah, anybody have any questions there before we move on? I guess I'd ask, do we have more information about what the 3 million will be used for?
Katie, you want to take that?
Yeah, so what we would be doing is entering into an IGA with the Front Range Passenger Rail District, and it's really associated with advancing the planning work necessary to move the project toward implementation, and also the planning work necessary to bring a ballot measure to voters. So those are the 2 major pieces of the intergovernmental agreement. And Herman has his hand up as well.
Okay. Herman?
Yeah, thanks. I can add just a little bit of flavor to it since we're in the middle of working on the IGA now. The first phase for the 1.5 million is mostly, I think, can be considered the technical planning, research completion, healthy dose of outreach, the things that Kay described. They will do some technical refinements to the service development plan, like integration of the joint service costs into the plan, station area planning and development, research related to the determining what the boundaries should be and potentially going to the legislature to make changes to the boundaries, and then outreach and engagement, like a pretty concerted coalition building effort that presumably would lead up to a campaign. And then the second phase still needs to work some of that out, but it's things like final station agreements, final modeling of the financial plan, even more advanced outreach, and then agreements with the railroads and folks. So it's all pretty much laid out in the district's ballot access plan, which they approved this last month. I think the biggest difference between the scope items of the intergovernmental agreement and the ballot access plan is the ballot access plan does have some specific campaign related items, like, there's a process to get onto the ballot with the county, with each county. We're not paying for those kinds of campaign activities. We're paying for more of the outreach and research and execution, and then they'll use other funds if it's something that looks like it's more of a campaign related activity. So hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. It's very helpful. Thank you. And of course, that IGA would come back, if it's between CDOT, it would come back to us to approve or look at.
So actually, I think that is accurate. That it is an IGA, an intergovernmental agreement over 500,000. I believe that does go through on your consent agenda typically, but yes, you would actually see, I think, an approval action associated with that subsequently.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both, and all 3 actually.
Okay. So if there are no additional questions or additional detail from Herman or Kay to add, I'll move on to the second part of today's budget amendment request. This second request transfers 2.6 million from line 44 innovative mobility to line 66 agency operations. There's really 2 elements to this request. The first part is what I'll describe as a cleanup request. And what that will do is it will take 1.4 million that is already planned for the program administration budget of the innovative mobility program. So this is sort of the salaries, benefits, operating costs, operating budget for the Office of Innovative Mobility. In in the case of almost every other CDOT division, we actually, in our budget, represent those costs as part of our agency operations budget line. And so this is a little bit of a legacy that has to do with how we structured things when we set up OIM. But what we are doing here in the first part of this action is really we're just taking that 1.4 million. It's remaining for the exact same purpose, which is the program administration for Innovative Mobility Program. We're just moving it to the agency operations portion of the budget, so it's consistent with where we budget for those types of costs for other programs and divisions. The second part of this is essentially to add to that program administration budget, and then to also move that additional budget to the agency operations line. So there's 1.4 million that's already planned to program administration that we're moving to agency operations. There's 1.2 million that would be additional budget being programmed from the roll forward balance to increase that program administration budget to a total of 2.6 million. A little bit of background on why we're increasing that program administration budget. As noted previously, OIM is a newer CDOT office, and it has grown significantly over the last few years as it's taken on additional programs and responsibilities, and including a number of new grant programs. As they have grown, Kay can speak to this in a little bit more detail, has been very careful in developing a very strategic growth plan for the organization, to where we've strategically added positions to manage the workflow of those additional programs and those additional dollars. But those positions were added during the course of the year and outside of the typical budget cycle. So what that has meant is that we are in a point in time in the current fiscal year where we don't have adequate budget in their program administration budget to cover sort of their current staffing levels. We are building it into the fiscal year 27 budget that you'll approve in a few months, but we don't have an aligned budget amount in the current fiscal year. And so OIM is proposing that we take 1.2 million of the Innovative Mobility Program roll forward balance and basically program that to program administration. And then we will take the combined 2.6 million in program administration and reallocate it to the agency operations line. So I know that's a little bit confusing there, but essentially at the end of the day, 1.4 million of that is staying for the exact same purpose, program administration. We're just moving it to a different part of the budget, and 1.6 million is a request for additional programming in that area that we would also move to this other part of the budget, agency operations. Okay, with the chair's permission, I want to give you an opportunity to expand upon that and add anything else you might want to.
Once again, I think you covered it really well, Jeff, but, really just to summarize, OIM started with a very, very modest staff. There were only 4 people. And as you know, the priorities and the attention on the programs within OIM has grown significantly over the last several years. We have staffed strategically and responsibly, I think, over the last 5 years. But really that's been in response to, the priorities of the state and at one time the federal government as well, related to electrification and connectivity and automation and mode shift. And so we have a great team in place now. And this is really helping us to maybe align our budget practices more with the rest of the agency in terms of having the salaries come from that agency operations line, and just true up our staffing with where the budget is coming from. So it's taken a while to kind of dig into it with Jeff's team, but we think this is going to set us up well for future years going forward.
And I think we can go to the next slide. And I think the next slide is just our final slide. So again, we will later on in the agenda, I will bring you a resolution for approval of the December budget amendment. And upon your approval, we'll move forward with executing those budget actions. So happy to answer any other questions or entertain any additional discussion. But otherwise, that concludes my presentation for today's budget workshop.
Thank you. It looks like we do have a question. Vice Chair Bowman?
I just want to say thank you again to both Jeff and NK for this presentation and explanation about OIM, and congratulations on your strategic growth. Thank you.
Mhm. Nicely put. Any other questions or comments? Okay, good job all, and thanks, Kay. Next, we're at Transportation Asset Management Planning. This is a budget for fiscal year 2030 and fiscal year 2031. This is Toby Manthe and Darius Pakbas, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. These planning budgets for the asset management program are the budgets that allow the staff to start planning out potential projects for future years. We do plan out our program 4 years in advance. Toby Manthe, who is our asset management program manager, is going to go through the presentation and prepare the budget scenario that has been that we have that we're going to bring forward to you today. We also have William Johnson, the Assistant DTU Director for our asset programs, to help answer questions on there. So I'm going to turn over the presentation to Toby Manthe, who's going to run through the workshop for you, and this will be a decision item at a future TC meeting for consideration.
Thanks, Darius, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Toby Manthe, Asset Management Program Manager. As we mentioned last month, today we'll be looking at our proposed asset planning budgets for FY30 and 31. Next slide, please. So we want to start out by noting that our Asset Management Policy Directive, PD 1609, guides us to develop planning budgets 4 years in advance. Now, that gives us and the regions time to plan future projects. Another key point here is that while we plan to ask for adoption of these totals next month, we want to remind the TC that actual budgets aren't approved until the year before they take effect, and that happens as part of CDOT's overall annual budget process. Next slide, please. So we typically start the asset management budget process with the Division of Accounting and Financing weighing all the department's needs and revenue and figuring out just how much is available for asset management. We call the available budget the TAM cap, and it funds the 11 asset classes you see at the right. The number we've been given for our budget in FY30 is $390 million, which is a $20 million increase from FY29. We were also given another $8 million on top of that for FY31, bringing that year to $398 million. I'd note that these totals do not include the bridge and tunnel enterprise and maintenance. If we do include those programs, it brings the total asset management investment to more than $920 million per year for these years. Next slide, please. Here you can see the key measures and targets for these asset classes, and we did discuss these at length last month. You'll remember that we're currently meeting the key bridge targets, as well as the targets for ITS, fleet, and maintenance. There is a gap with the targets for the other asset classes, as we discussed last month. Next slide, please. So let's look at the budget development process. Once we get the TAM cap or total budget from accounting and finance, we start looking at several different budget scenarios. And given the really uncertain outlook at the state and federal levels of late, we treated these planning budgets this round as an incremental update, maintaining an approach consistent with past funding and really avoiding any major strategic shifts. Some of the things we did consider were, one, 2020 performance data, of course, changes in the BTE budget that gave more money to bridge preventive maintenance and tunnels. We also looked at the need to keep our poor interstate pavement under that federal threshold of 5% poor. And finally, we looked at the other investments that CDOT is making in the assets. And so what you'll see next is really what our staff and our executive team came up with after we weighed all of these considerations for this final recommendation. Next slide, please. Here is the staff proposal for FY30 and FY31. We have taken the $20 million increase for the first year and the $28 million for the second. And we prorated those increases to all assets except for bridges and for tunnels. So that would be a 6% increase to meet for 6% increase for most asset classes in FY30 and another 2% for FY31. This approach reflects at least three key ideas. The first is that bridge preventive maintenance and tunnels are receiving more money from the bridge and tunnel enterprise than in the past, while the other assets don't have that benefit. Secondly, I think you can see that the pavement budget continues to receive almost 2/3 of the total funding, which reflects its high priority. And finally, all of these asset classes have been facing significant inflation in recent years. So any cuts or freezes would increase pressure on those programs, and we do want to avoid that. Next slide, please. One thing that's really important to remember is that these budgets are just one piece of the puzzle when it comes to funding asset management. Of course, the 10-year plan has contributed significantly to rural roads and other pavement projects in recent years. We've also prioritized tools for the regions to prioritize poor pavement projects in the new 10-year plan. Also, the bridge and tunnel enterprise is, of course, our primary bridge funding mechanism. And lastly, you and the TC regularly make ad hoc asset funding decisions that benefit the assets, including the recent $80 million for pavement funding, money for Vail Pass, money for the Pinion Rest area, and many other examples. Next slide, please. Here you can see the next steps in the planning budget process. The first step would be to propose adoption of these budgets at a TC meeting in early 2026. Once we have those approved budgets in hand, the headquarters asset managers will work with the regions to finalize their asset management treatment lists for FY30 and FY31. And finally, you all in the TC will have the chance to revisit the budgets the year before they become actual budgets, or even earlier, should funding or performance require it. Next slide, please. And that is our presentation for today. I know that in addition to Darius and myself, as Darius mentioned, we do have several people on the call that can help answer any questions you may have. That would include our pavement asset manager, I believe. Also, as Darius mentioned, our assistant director for performance and asset management. And again, we're happy to address any questions at this time.
Okay, any questions for either Darius or Toby? Okay, Commissioner Jones, please.
Go ahead, sorry.
Thanks for the great presentation. Is there a document that shows all of the different monies for asset management and pavement replacement? I know you alluded to what you're presenting as only being a portion. It's sort of hard to see how all of it fits together. Apologies if that's a newbie question, but I've been interested in trying to track all the monies that we're putting into taking care of the system.
I will say there is not a clear-cut document like that. There are elements scattered throughout CDOT's budget. It's certainly something we're working on, and one of the ways we're working on that is by looking at projects in the 10-year plan and not just looking at the overall budget of those projects, but what are the asset elements of those projects. So a project might have many elements, and we're looking at what are the pavement mile markers, what are the pavement work types, and once we have that, we'll be better able to show that holistic picture of asset funding.
If I could just put in a plug for that. Again, I'm a new commissioner, but I think if it's our fiduciary responsibility on the commission to try to make budget decisions and take care of the transit, really helpful to be able to see holistically where the investments are. I have to say I'm disturbed by the fact that we're not meeting 9 of our 14 performance measures. So it feels like we're barely keeping our head above water. And that doesn't feel like we're taking care of the system perhaps as well as we should. We have limited resources, but it would be helpful, I think, to the commission to have better visibility on sort of the game plan of whether or not we need to be investing more in taking care of the system that we have. So I know I mentioned that at the last meeting, but just wanted to bring that up again as we try to set the budget and take care of the transportation system that we have. So thanks.
Thank you. I think Jeff had something to add there. Jeff Sudmeyer?
Yeah, just to build on that, I think, in terms of answering your question, I think the CDOT annual budget does do what you're describing with some caveats. And so what I would say is that the budget, all of the asset programs Toby just talked about, you can look in the budget and you can see what are we allocating on an annual basis to all of those programs. I think probably what the gap is that the 10-year plan is a budget program in and of itself. And the 10-year plan really goes to a wide variety of projects. And we don't really, at the budget level, make the determination of, do these dollars go to this type of project or that type of project? That happens through the planning process. And so I think as a result, if you look at the budget, you can see how much is going to capital construction. You can see how much is going into all these individual programs. But I think what you're talking about gets into more of within the 10-year plan, what are the projects we're selecting? And I think to that point, I think as you see the 10-year plan documents, as we move forward, you should have I think a better picture of what that looks like.
Oh, Jeff, are you saying that I'm sorry to piggyback. Is that okay for me to do that? Jeff, are you saying that the 10-year plan will include the TAM projects as well?
So I think what I'm getting at is that if you look at the budget, you can't really tell how much of the 10-year plan is going to pavement, for example, or bridge. Those are we don't budget the 10-year plan dollars that way. We budget for the 10-year plan, and then we go through the planning process and with our planning partners and with the commission determine what the mix of projects is. So what I was getting to is that I think the 10-year plan document does outline the mix of those projects and the mix of those dollars across different types of projects. And it also, I think, will include, and Darius can help me out with this, but I think it will also attempt to include some of the project level information about these other programs like surface treatment. So you can go to one place and get a better picture of the overall mix of projects and what particular issue are they addressing? Is it pavement? Is it bridge? Is it mobility, et cetera?
Yes. And also, we have to keep in mind that a lot of our 10-year plan projects address multiple issues. So oftentimes when we do like even simple projects like our rural paving projects, we oftentimes address safety issues such as guardrail and striping, for example.
Okay.
Can I just make a final comment and then I'll be done? I guess if the commission wanted to take on trying to meet our performance metrics for asset management and say, okay, here's a 10-year plan and we're going to try to hit these benchmarks and actually improve across. We've done a great job with bridges. We make great progress with interstate pavement, but to be failing on so many of the other categories or underperforming on so many of the other categories, I find troubling. And if we were to try to, in a holistic, coordinated fashion, plan for improving that, I guess it's not clear to me what the mechanisms are because the funding comes in so many different buckets and it's not really connected. So I guess I'd be curious what the mechanism for it is to say, okay, we want to improve payment across all of the different funding categories. We're going to get so much from these projects. We're going to, get from this budget, and it will all add up to a higher performance level. Is that something that you all are trying to do internally or that the commission can weigh in externally?
I think that's one of the things that we're trying to do internally and be able to provide that answer with many of these different initiatives working in tandem in order to present the entire picture.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. I think it would be helpful too, as you do that too, if you're able to lay out sort of map out how you see progress being made, that to me would be helpful as well. And we get a snapshot and we know we're applying dollars, but if we have a plan that sounds like it's more in the line of what Commissioner Jones is talking about, then we could see where we expect to be in a year or 3 or 5 years or something. So I appreciate your work toward that. Any other questions or comments?
If I could just chime in briefly, really good comments from the asset management side. And Darius and Jeff touched on this a little bit, and it's something that Director Liu actually asked us to do. As we finish up the 10-year plan, maybe we can get some appendices to the 10-year plan that articulate some of the asset management programs, so we can start to get to a place where all of our big projects, are in one place, and you can at least see not just what we're building with the 10-year plan, which is really just a small portion of our budget, but in one place, see what's planned in the asset categories as well. And I would say in terms of impacting asset management numbers and trying to get to those goals, it's a hard one because we do have a limited budget, and you'll see money come in from faster safety. You'll see it come in from bridge. You'll see some of the flexible dollars go into the asset management buckets, and there's a bunch of those buckets. And then we have the 10-year plan projects. I would just point out that one thing that we had heard really clear from the Transportation Commission a couple of years ago was interstate pavement. And we've had some workshops on this, so it's a little repetitive, but I think we've done a pretty good job of saying, okay, if interstate pavement is the priority, we're going to take some of our surface treatment program and say that's going to be dedicated to interstate. Some of that 10-year plan program, we're going to move to interstates. When we get federal redistribution, we push a lot of that to interstates, and we've been able to see, now that's a small number of miles in comparison to everything that CDOT does, but we've been able to move the needle from almost 5% poor to just a couple of percent poor. But it does take that, there's a temptation that every time we get a presentation that feels like it's the most important priority. And so it's hard to say, okay, let's keep thinking about interstate pavement. But the commission has done that over the last few years, and that's been very effective. So I don't know if that helps much, but I would just encourage the commission to continue to think like that. And then if there are presentations or things that you'd like us to bring to you in workshop that could hone in a little better of how you can influence it, we can work on putting stuff like that together for you in the new year as well.
Okay, thank you. That's great, Herman. Okay, Vice Chair Bowman.
I just want to say thank you again for a great presentation and great questions. This is fantastic. And, and you really have heard us on pavement, and we are very, very grateful. So look forward to further workshops on this as well. Thanks so much.
Yeah. And it is part of, it's formalized in PD 14. Number one was fix our roads. So I appreciate as well all these comments and the work that's going on. So with no more questions or comments, moving right along, we're heading into the US 50 shift passing lane request for alternate delivery, the CMGC construction manager general contractor, with presenters Jennifer Sparks and Shane Ferguson.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Shane Ferguson, Region 2 Transportation Director. What we present to you today is a request for consideration of alternative delivery method, CMGC. Jennifer Sparks is going to go into the details of the project. This is one of our 10-year plan projects. We won over $40 million rural grant for construction of passing lanes out US 50 east of Pueblo. And so we're definitely excited to move this project forward. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer and discuss more of the details.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Jennifer Sparks. I'm the Region 2 South Program Engineer. And this project here, the US 50 SHIFT project, SHIFT stands for Safety Operational Highway Improvements for Freight and Travel. This project is going to install 12 passing lanes from Pueblo County to the Kansas border along US 50. The work also includes surface treatment, other asset management, and safety work as well. Next slide. The purpose of the project is crash reduction and more efficient travel. The passing lanes, when we install them, they'll allow for faster moving vehicles to be able to pass the transit, the agricultural, the freight, and the other slower speed vehicles on the highway. The US 50 corridor is an important connection, not only for our state, but also for the national transportation network. Next slide. Like Shane said, last January, the US 50 Shift project was selected by the US DOT to receive the Multimodal Project Discretionary Rural Grant for $40.5 million. The $32 million of matching funds come from the Southeast TPR Regional Priority Project funds, as well as 10-year strategic funds, bringing the total project cost to approximately $72.5 million. But with the grant, there are a few funding restrictions. The project delivery type must be identified in the draft grant agreement. Execution of the agreement could take 4 to 6 months from our grant submittal. The construction must begin within 18 months of the grant agreement execution, and all of the funding must be obligated by September 30th, 2028. Next slide. So to determine the project delivery type, we held a project delivery selection workshop on September 24th and October 2nd. At that workshop, we evaluated and selected the most appropriate delivery method for the project. The team analyzed design bid build, construction manager, general contractor, and design build delivery options. Design bid build is CDOT's traditional delivery method, where CDOT completes the design, and then after the design is complete, the bidding process for construction has us select the low bidder. However, with design bid build, there is a higher risk of change orders and limited collaboration during construction. With CMGC, it's similar in that CDOT contracts with the designer and a contractor, but differs in that the contractor is involved during design, which allows improved constructability reviews. Because the contractor is on board early, there is less price competition. And when you looked at design build, it's a single contract delivery method where CDOT contracts with the design builder, and the design builder is responsible for the design and construction. And that's all based on performance specifications. So CDOT has less control over the design, but it is best for accelerated project delivery. Next slide. The project was evaluated for opportunities and obstacles for all three methods: design bid build, CMGC, and design build. And we evaluated the factors of project complexity and innovation, project delivery schedule, project cost considerations, level of design, risk assessment, staff experience and availability, level of oversight and control, and competition and contractor experience. The full PDSM is in your packet that we provided. But this table here, it shows a summary of our evaluations. The single plus sign means it's the least appropriate delivery method as determined by the evaluators. 2+ signs means it's an appropriate delivery method. And 3+ signs signifies that it's the most appropriate delivery method. Design bid build was eliminated from our from contention after the first 4 factors were contemplated. The remaining factors were evaluated only for CMGC and design build. As you can see in our table, CMGC was determined as the most appropriate method for 4 of the factors, and design build was only determined most appropriate for 2 factors. And none of the methods were determined to have a fatal flaw for this project. Next slide, please. The reasons the team determined that CMGC was the most appropriate were the opportunity for innovation. The early contractor input guides the location and length of the passing lines. They'll help us maximize project scope and minimize public travel impacts. CMGC also mitigates schedule risk. It allows us to get construction started quickly for the low-risk locations, while simultaneously working on locations that may have complex right-of-way or environmental impacts. It manages project cost and scope. The early contractor involvement allows us for innovation and constructability reviews and real-time cost estimating, which will help us maximize our project scope and the corridor improvements within our fixed budget. CMGC effectively allocates risk. For this project, the collaborative process between CDOT, the designer, and the contractor will help manage and identify and allocate the risks to the appropriate stakeholder. And CMGC also helps us maintain agency control. CMGC provides CDOT the most control over the design and the construction process, which is the preferred method given the internal staff's experience. Next slide, please. Since our project's nearly $75 million, we felt it was best to make sure we're following the requirements of the Colorado Revised Statute 24-93-110. On November 17th, we held a public industry meeting to discuss our justification for selecting CMGC. And in virtual attendance, there were over 20 attendees from 9 contractors and 2 design and construction consultant firms. We only had a few questions that were asked, and they were related to the one-on-one meetings, the type of work, and the construction start date. Next slide. The second part of meeting CRS 24-93-110 is to obtain approval for the project delivery method from the Transportation Commission. So that's what we're doing here today. And later today, there's a resolution for us asking for TC action for the project to be delivered through CMGC. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jennifer, and also for your courtesy when I visited recently. Any questions for Jennifer or Shane? Commissioner Hart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No question. I just want to compliment both Jennifer and Shane for going after this grant. This is, for those of you who may not be aware, Highway 50 going through southern Colorado east to west has been a concern for a long time. It has a lot of traffic on it, a lot of freight traffic on it, a lot of agricultural traffic on it. And it's very dangerous in many places because in many places it's simply 2 lanes. And so a lot of us been calling for trying to find a way for a long time to find a way to 4-lane Highway 50 all the way from Kansas to Utah. Very expensive process, but we would love to see that planning take place. And this step that our Region 2 folks, specifically led by Jennifer and Shane, has helped us get started down that process. We've been trying to do things over the years, but this is a huge step, and it's going to give us a good deal of mitigating relief, I guess it would be a way to put it, over the stretch to the east of Pueblo all the way to Kansas. And so that's a huge step, but we got a long way to go. So I just want to make sure that you knew they're doing a great job. They're going down the path that we really want them to go down. And then also this is a recurring theme that you'll be hearing from me and all the other folks in southern Colorado. So thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ritter?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to add, this is a very positive move to, shall we say, increase safety by and large on US 50. And I only urge, and I know my commissioners are probably sorry to hear me bring this up again, but as many signs as you can put up that the passing lanes are forthcoming. More than, more than one that just says 1 mile. Having now traveled through something like 18 states and seeing how many of them have signs that say 5 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles, 1 mile, 500 feet ahead. It apparently, I've now done some research, it does reduce traffic accidents. So that's a big concern and an easy one to accommodate, I hope.
Any response? Or Commissioner Hart, your hand's still up. Do you have something?
Yeah, I put it back up. I apologize. I meant to also mention that this discussion about this particular methodology for the options of how to pursue this particular project, we've had some very good conversations here in District 2 with the staff about it. And I just want to make sure everybody knows I'm totally in favor of what they've come up with. It allows for some very innovative types of approach to get contractors in to get some of their ideas early and often allows us to make sure that we're navigating where these passing lanes would be most effective and most cost effective, so we can avoid other infrastructure costs that would reduce the effect of it. So anyway, the analysis that they put together, the very detailed analysis of the options that were examined and the conclusions they reached, I think is excellent, and I'm totally in support of it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciated all that detail too in the packet, and also know that this method is the one that will better assure that you'll be able to meet the timing, the schedule commitments required by the grant. So thank you very much for all, and we'll look forward to having this on our agenda a little bit later in the day for approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, just moving right along. We're at the Audit Review Committee. This is a separate committee. It's actually a committee whose leadership reports to the commission in contrast to other ones as a matter of good governance. And the chair of that committee is Rick Ritter. We actually have a committee meeting today. This isn't just a workshop. So I'll turn it over to him to go ahead and chair this meeting. Go ahead, Chair Ritter.
Well, good afternoon, Audit Review fans. We've got our Audit Review Committee, and I guess I need to officially call this to order on December 17th at approximately 1:57. And let me begin by saying on our agenda that we need a motion to approve the capital asset and storeroom inventory processes and internal controls internal audit report.
Yes, Chair Ritter, if you like, as I go through the slides, I can ask the committee for that vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spinelli.
You're welcome, Chair Ritter. Next slide, please. So the agenda is, and thank you, Chair, for calling to order the meeting, the Audit Review Committee meeting. We're going to be speaking about several things during this meeting. We're going to be talking about the motion and approve the capital asset storeroom, and then actually speak of that report if there's a motion to speak of it. And that's going to be discussed by my Auditor 4, Brooke Boyle, she's been here a little over a year, and this audit she led in its entirety, and she'll be speaking about the results. Next up will be no, hold up, please. Leslie, thank you. Next up would be Robin Lamb. She's my external manager, and she's going to be talking about the external audit team results. And the taking up the caboose is going to be Jim Ballard. He's my deputy. I don't know what I would do without him, Robin and Brooke. I have a great team, and I'm lucky to have them. So, with that said, let's go to the next slide, please, Leslie. Yes, do a roll call, please.
Yes, official roll call, Commissioner Diane Barrett. Commissioner Shelley Cook.
Here.
Commissioner Todd Masters.
Here.
So we have Commissioner Ritter is here. So we do have, in fact, a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Chair Ritter. Going forward, this is where I asked the committee for a motion to either vote to release the report and thereafter discuss it, or a motion and a vote to release the report without discussion. Third, a motion and a vote to release the report on a limited basis, or a motion and vote to not to release the report without discussion. Do I hear a motion from the committee, please?
Yeah, I make a motion to release the report and thereafter discuss it.
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 All those opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Brooke Boyle, our Auditor 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. The objective of this performance audit was to assess CDOT's capital asset and storeroom inventory processes and internal controls that support reliable recording and reporting of assets and effective and efficient inventory management. This audit was initiated based on our fiscal year 2025 to 2026 risk assessment that identified capital assets and storeroom inventory as higher risk areas, and it was also initiated with the cooperation and support of CDOT's CFO, Jeff Studemeyer. Our team found deficiencies in a few different process areas that will be discussed in more detail on the following slides. Improvements to these processes would help increase operational efficiency, support accurate financial reporting, and help ensure regulatory compliance. Next slide, please. Our audit was primarily focused on capital assets, looking at processes and controls that support reliable recording and reporting of these assets. We first looked at the annual capital asset inventory count process, which is used to help ensure that CDOT's asset accounting records are completely and accurately updated for preparation of the financial statements. We found that not all capital assets were included in the 2024 annual count directed by the Division of Accounting and Finance. And for the assets that were counted, there was not sufficient documentation of how count variances were resolved in the accounting records. We then looked at asset reconciliations, which can be used to help ensure that reliable capital asset data is being consistently used and communicated across the various CDOT divisions that rely on this information, particularly for reporting purposes. We found that DAF does not regularly reconcile accounting records to other asset records maintained by CDOT, such as building records that are maintained by property management. Audit found numerous differences when we tried to compare building records between DAF and property management lists. We also looked at construction project configuration to understand how infrastructure construction costs are capitalized. We found that incorrect selection of certain project fields in SAP by project managers and business offices can have significant downstream impact on accurate recording and reporting of construction costs. Some of these errors can require significant effort to correct if they're not identified and corrected in a timely manner. The final area we looked at in relation to capital assets was authorization and record-keeping procedures, which help ensure effective accounting control over state assets. We found that supporting documentation was not always readily available or not providing insufficient detail to explain work performed by the previous fixed asset accountant, and that DAF supervisors did not closely monitor their work. This includes not consistently obtaining required Form 130 documentation for vehicles and equipment transactions, and not being able to explain without significant further investigation some manual entries recorded for construction in progress. In relation to storeroom inventory, we found two areas that could improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the storerooms. First, we found that many storeroom processes, such as receiving, issuing, and inventorying of goods, are manually intensive, partly due to the level of manual data entry and paperwork that's involved. Second, we found that training and development of storeroom personnel could be expanded and formalized, especially as more experienced storeroom personnel retire and are replaced by newer staff with less experience. So next slide, please. So jumping into the causes, our findings are largely driven by a lack of internal control documentation and a lack of supervisory review and monitoring. The lack of internal control documentation refers to both the lack of trainings, desk guides, or standing operating procedures for capital asset accounting activities, and a lack of supporting documentation for work actually performed by the fixed asset accountant for the period under audit. Relevant to this discussion is the fact that the fixed asset accountant of 16 years did retire in December 2024, just before the commencement of this audit. His departure was followed by the departure of his supervisor 6 months later, which did reduce the availability of staff to respond to our questions and provide supporting documentation. However, we note that it's state controller policy that CDOT should have that documentation of CDOT's internal control system can be adequate to mitigate the risk of having organizational knowledge limited to just a few personnel, and that documentation of internal controls should be adequate to enable supervisory review and communication with other parties, including internal audit. Any questions before we jump into our recommendations, suggestions, and management actions to date? If not, we can move to the next slide. So based on the findings we just discussed, audit has made 6 recommendations. First, we recommend that the annual inventory count controls be updated to ensure that all capital assets are included in the count. Second, we recommend that reconciliation controls are designed and implemented to compare accounting records to other CDOT asset records on an at least annual basis to align with financial reporting. Related to this, our third recommendation is to specifically reconcile and resolve differences between the population of buildings and CDOT's accounting records to the population of buildings maintained by property management. Our fourth recommendation is to reconsider roles and perhaps centralize some responsibilities in the budget and adjustment process. Our fifth recommendation is to reassess what level of record-keeping detail is adequate to support effective accounting control over capital assets. And related to that, our final recommendation is to design and implement monitoring and review controls to ensure that capital asset transactions are properly authorized and reported. We can jump into our suggestions on the next slide. So we also suggest considering implementing a process to record memo assets in the fixed asset module of SAP to assist with maintaining inventory control over significant assets that might not meet monetary capitalization thresholds. Second, we suggest that when designing the future ERP system that will replace SAP, we consider automatic tracking, or management consider automatic tracking of changes to key project data fields and restrict or route for additional review any changes to personnel that have full knowledge of downstream accounting impacts. And in relation to storerooms, we suggest considering the use of barcode scanners for some storeroom activities, such as receiving, issuing, and inventorying of stock to reduce the manual workload. and to also suggest annual in-person training for storeroom procedures and how to produce SAP reports used by storerooms. Next slide, please. So some changes have already been implemented to address our findings. Form 130, the inventory changes for vehicles and equipment, has been moved to OnBase to improve the rate of completion and retention of the form. The State Office of Risk Management has also informed CDOT in mid-2025 that a vendor has been engaged to appraise all state properties to obtain sufficient insurance coverage. That will help resolve some of the building asset inconsistencies between the accounting records and other records maintained by CDOT. And in addition, this spring, DAF implemented a notification system to be alerted when there are changes to project configuration that they need to review for accounting implications. Next slide, please. Other actions taken by DAF this fall include hiring a more qualified and experienced fixed asset manager, the creation of a new fixed asset accounting position, and hiring of an SAP consultant to provide additional support for capital asset accounting. And this is also in addition to cross-training multiple staff on fixed asset processes, controls, and reports. Any other questions in relation to the capital asset and storeroom inventory audit? If not, then I'll introduce you now to Robin Lamb, who will walk us through the external audit team results.
And Chair, if you might, if I might, I just want to make a comment if that's appropriate before we move on to the next topic.
Yeah, please.
I just wanted to make a couple of remarks. One was just I wanted to thank the audit team for their work on this this audit. It was a timely audit. I think when it was identified as a risk area, we were supportive of pursuing this audit, recognizing that we had identified some process gaps and that we were observing and preparing for the departure of our fixed asset accountant. So I would say that the staff departures we experienced during the time of the audit definitely made it more challenging to respond to. But I also think it made it the right time to do this audit, so that as we are staffing that group back up and training new staff, that we have the benefit of the audit division's work here and their recommendations. And so, as they noted, I think we've already moved forward in a number of directions, and I think we will be focused very much on this over the course of the next year, but feel like we have a very good start on implementing recommendations from the audit. And so again, just want to thank Frank and his staff for their work on this.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And you know, I like to add that you know, throughout the course of this audit, you know, Jeff and his team, you know, they give us access to all the information that we request. They're forthcoming with what's going on, and that's extremely helpful if you want to drive improvement. And I have to commend the DAF team and all of CDOT for really welcoming our work and producing these reports for CDOT. So thank you.
Yeah, let me just add to this. I was going to wait until the end, but there's language in my line of work, which is, if you can't count it, it didn't happen. And when we get, and we particularly talked about different types of assets earlier today, but when we started to get, we learned through your operation that there were, or shall we say, different counts for different assets. That creates concern because it's difficult, to come up with any kind of balance sheet, certainly, but also a question of, you know, what is CDOT? And I think it goes to a fundamental issue as to what do we have and what do we maintain? And I'm really very, very glad that we're beginning to narrow the discrepancies, and that in the future there will be no discrepancies because of the actions that you guys took forth. So yes, thank you very much for aggressively pursuing this endeavor.
Commissioner
storm.
Cook. Do you have your hand
Yeah,
up?
thank you. And Jeff, I wanted to reinforce that. Really appreciate, I heard from Frank in the one-on-one conversation that you were very forthcoming, cooperative, and your posture here today is really constructive.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the fact that you are not defensive. That's sometimes so easy to do, but I think the much more commendable way is to embrace it and move forward and take advantage of your hiring to address it. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the audit? If not, we'll move to the external side of our division. Robin, thank you.
Thank you, Frank. The next two slides detail the products completed by our team in fiscal year 25. Our team's work is primarily performed on behalf of and for use by other CDOT divisions, such as staff, Division of Transit and Rail, Division of Engineering. So that first planned product area that we have here is master pricing agreement billing rate evaluations. We perform two types of evaluations in this area. The first is a review of direct salary and indirect cost rates. During these annual projects, we assess professional service firms' proposed employee billing rates for fair and reasonableness and compliance with federal regulations. Once those rates are approved, they're incorporated into the firm's master pricing agreement, and they're required to use those rates on all CDOT project billings in the next year. We performed 226 projects on 187 firms, as some firms separate the timing of when they submit their annual requests for direct salary rate evaluation and indirect cost rate assessment. The second evaluation type is our ad employee direct salary rates. And because the master pricing agreement is an annual document, but obviously firms continue to hire and promote employees throughout the year, we also perform direct salary evaluation projects so that updates can be made to the master pricing agreements as needed. We transitioned this work from another CDOT division to the audit division in September 2024, and we completed 333 projects that assess the direct salary rates of over 1,200 employees and some that were submitted by 84 firms. The next audit plan product area that we're responsible for is related to CDOT subrecipients of federal awards. We perform monitoring procedures on CDOT's behalf, and that's specifically related to determining whether subrecipients are in compliance with federal single audit requirements. So for CDOT subrecipients with a fiscal or calendar year that ended in 2023, we monitored 178 entities to determine whether they met the federal expenditure thresholds that triggered a single audit. We then assessed 105 single audit reports to evaluate financial statement and federal award findings and determine the risks to CDOT subawards. In doing so, we issued management decisions, assessed corrective actions taken, and resolved federal award findings of 9 subrecipients with direct CDOT subaward findings. In addition, because some of CDOT subrecipients do not meet the federal threshold that requires a single audit, we perform limited assessments on what we deem exempt subrecipients. And we did 2 of those project assessments during fiscal year 25, with the focus being on CDOT's monitoring procedures performed. The third area that is on our typical audit plan is similar to our assessment of indirect cost rate calculations for professional service firms under an MPA, but these are for rate calculations submitted by local agencies and nonprofit organizations used in CDOT's grants. We evaluated rates for 13 of such entities. And then the last planned audit area that we perform work in is related to contractor pre-qualification, additional financial analysis. And I know that's a big term, but essentially what we're doing is we evaluate additional information and financial data that's provided to us by construction contractors that have applied for pre-qualification to do business with CDOT, but they failed one or more of the 4 financial ratios that another CDOT division analyzes. So our objective is to determine whether there's any additional factors that would mitigate the risk posed by those companies' failed financial ratios. We also transitioned this work from another CDOT division in September of 2024, and we completed 13 of those projects during the year. So as shown for all these planned product types, we covered approximately 22% of CDOT's fiscal year 25 budget. And we calculated an estimated savings to the department of about $5 million for that work that we performed. Before I move to the next slide, are there any questions on this one? Okay, hearing none, can you go to the next slide, please? So the external team also performed 6 other essentially non-planned projects that arose throughout the year. We call them special projects. Those included concerns of allegations of fraud, waste, abuse, or conflicts of interest, consulting on the eligibility of requested cost reimbursement types for a construction project dispute, and the billing effects of an engineer firm's indirect cost rate that was adjusted after our initial evaluation. For these 6 special projects, we estimated savings of approximately $400,000 to the department. Are there any questions on either of those slides before we move on to the next topic area? Okay, thank you. And I will hand it off to Jim to talk about outstanding recommendations.
Good afternoon. The last time we updated you, the ARC, on outstanding recommendations was in February. At that time, we had 12. This last audit that Brooke just discussed, we added 6 more. DAF, basically, mainly, they were DAF recommendations. 9 of them were closed. And as of today, December, we have 9 outstanding. The Office of the State Auditor also does a review, a single audit review. In February, we had 1, 5 were made, 5 additions, 5 were closed. And in December, right now, we only have 1 left. Where these recommendations come from, next slide, please. We have 9 from the audit division. That includes 3 from the DAF audit that we conducted previously. And then the 6 we just completed for this audit. We closed 9 audit recommendations. Again, 8 of them stem from that prior audit, the DAF audit, and then 1 from the emergency project process. With regards to the external auditor, or the Office of the State Auditor, we have 1 open recommendation from the statewide single audit for fiscal year ending June 30th, and 5 closed recommendations from the February 2025 statewide single audit and the February 2024 statewide single audit. As you can tell, and most of these fall on DAF, but DAF has been very responsive in closing these recommendations and trying to drive improvement. And we noticed how quickly, many times ahead of schedule, they resolve these recommendations, many times during the course of the audit. So that's the status for the recommendations.
If there are no other question, that concludes our ARC presentation. And Chair Ritter, if there's no other questions, we'll close the meeting.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or inquiries related to these reports?
It looked like Jeff Sedmeyer had his hand up there for a bit.
Chair, I was just going to comment and appreciate, Jim, your comments. I was just going to give you a little update on the status of those remaining audit items.
Yeah.
We have one remaining open that Jim mentioned, which is from the external audit. This is the external audit for last fiscal year. I'm sorry, actually for fiscal year 24. That recommendation on subrecipient awards, we are tracking on having completed by June. And then there are 3 remaining internal audit findings that Jim mentioned. We have 1 of those planned to be resolved by April, 1 by the end of the fiscal year, which is June, and 1 by essentially the audit cycle next year, in September. So we are tracking to close off those remaining audit findings and try to coordinate closely with audit on reporting the status. So,
before we close, I'd like to just commend the team for putting forward a very concise and for those of us who are not in the accounting sphere, if you will, digestible a report. But I'd also like to repeat the words of a Serbian-born, Denver-based philosopher, Nikola Jokic, who once said, experience isn't about what happened to you, it's about what you're going to do about what happened to you. Which is to say, look, we all make mistakes. Errors do happen. It's about correcting them. And I'm very much encouraged by this team identifying issues and the management being very willing to correct the errors that may have be outstanding. So, any other comments? And with that, I adjourn the audit committee's meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 2:23 on the 17th of December.
Okay, and just picking right back up there, what I'll tell the folks is that we'll adjourn we'll close the workshop and we will resume with the regular Transportation Commission meeting at 3 p.m. So we've got a bit of a break here. And see you back at 3 p.m. Herman tells us we can leave the Zoom on if you'd like. They take care of it on their end. And I'm just going to mute and turn off my checking in with Herman. Herman, are we back online?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know we're quite ready to get going, but Ricky and Leslie, if you want to get recordings going, if you haven't already, they might have been going all this time. But we'll be ready to start. I see we have at least 2 of our public commenters have made it on, and I think most of our commission is back on, but I've not done a count yet. Yeah. Chair, I've heard from Ricky and Leslie. They're good on the recording, so we can get going whenever you want. And I would just say if we have a couple public commenters that come in late, I will let you know, and we can always fit them in between things.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. All right, everyone, hello. I'll go ahead and call to order the Transportation Commission meeting of December 17, 2025. It's 3:03 p.m. Mr. Stockinger, please call the roll.
Commissioner Barrett?
Present.
Commissioner Marcano?
Present.
Commissioner Jones?
Here.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Here.
Commissioner Ritter?
Here.
Commissioner McLaughlin?
There you go. Present.
Commissioner Parsons?
Present.
Commissioner Hart?
Here.
Commissioner Masters?
Here.
Vice Chair Bowman?
Here.
Chair Cook?
Here. Okay, first on our agenda is public comments, and we do have some folks signed up. I don't know if all are present yet, but we can always come back to them if they get in a little bit later. First on the list is Sal Pace, General Manager of the Front Range Passenger Rail District. I do think he's here. Welcome, Sal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, and CDOT staff. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed grant intergovernmental agreement between CDOT and the Front Range Passenger Rail District for implementation of our ballot access plan. At its core, this IGA is about a disciplined preparation, transparency, risk management, not advocacy, and not a foregone conclusion about the ballot referral outcome. The agreement establishes a 2-phase, at least a 2-tranche structure that is intentionally designed to protect the state's investment. The first tranche supports technical, financial, and statutory readiness, work that must be completed before any responsible public conversation about a potential vote can occur. The second tranche is explicitly contingent on CDOT verification that those benchmarks have been met and that the district's board has affirmatively directed us to proceed. This structure creates real accountability. If the technical plan doesn't hold up, if the financial modeling doesn't pencil out, or if community readiness isn't there, the process stops and the second tranche is never released. The scope of work is equally deliberative. Phase 1 focuses on refining the service development plan, resolving station decisions, including Douglas County, integrating joint service assumptions with RTD and Amtrak, and grounding the project in updated operational and financial modeling. It also requires precinct-level analysis to ensure the district's boundaries accurately reflect the service corridor, and equally early coordination with the General Assembly where statutory refinement may be necessary. From CDOT's perspective, we've heard this IGA ensures that any future decision by voters, whatever that decision may be, is based on accurate information, a technically sound plan, and realistic cost and revenue assumptions. From the district's perspective, it ensures we do not put an incomplete or irresponsible proposal in front of the public. In short, this agreement aligns with CDOT's mission and advocacy and advanced mobility in a careful, accountable way while preserving state oversight at every critical decision point. For those reasons, I respectfully ask for your support of the IGA that you'll be considering, and I'm happy to answer any questions now or later or at your leisure.
Thank you. We don't ordinarily respond on the moment during public comment, but this is an action item later, so folks will get a chance, I think, to respond or ask questions of staff and et cetera then.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Julie Mullica, Adams County Commissioner. Is she on the line?
Chair, I just spoke with one of the other commissioners, and I think just Commissioner Hanson is going to be representing Adams County today.
Great,
yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Please, Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, commissioners and CDOT staff. My name is Kathy Henson. I'm one of the Adams County Commissioners to speak to you today about our priorities for the 10-year plan. Adams County is Colorado's freight engine, carrying twice the freight volume of comparable metro corridors. An estimated $80 to $100 billion in goods and industrial products move through Adams County's interstate network each year, supporting statewide supply chains, employers, and consumers. Yet the communities adjacent to these corridors experience some of Colorado's highest levels of congestion, crash exposure, and pollution, reflecting decades of underinvestment. We are asking CDOT commissioners, please, to keep I-270 and I-25 North at the top of the 10-year strategic plan and to protect existing funding. We'd like to see both corridors advanced as safety-driven, climate-smart managed lane projects that will improve reliability, expand access to multiple transit options, meet greenhouse gas goals, and deliver tangible benefits to Adams County residents who have long borne the environmental and economic burdens of these corridors. In Adams County, we are Colorado's logistics backbone for economic growth and innovation. We are the frontline communities that have carried the region's environmental and safety impacts without receiving our fair share of investment or economic opportunity. And we are regional partners committed to constructive collaboration. I-270 is one of Colorado's most important freight corridors, but its outdated design creates daily gridlock, high crash rates, and severe emissions impacts on nearby neighborhoods. We request that I-270 remains fully prioritized in the 10-year plan. We'd like to see it advanced as with a managed lane in each direction to improve freight reliability, support express bus service, position the corridor for transit station deployment, and meet greenhouse gas and Vision Zero goals. We would also like to see a coordinated State Highway 224 and Vasquez Boulevard upgrade included with that project. I-25 North, the crash corridor, why it matters. It's a critical safety and congestion choke point, serving freight, commuters, and transit, and we request that it maintain top-tier status in the 10-year plan with advancements in crash reduction, ramp operations, and managed lane continuity, which will strengthen local and regional transit integration. Investing in these projects advances our values of fairness, environmental health, mobility and safety, innovation, economic opportunity. Adams County is not asking for special treatment. We're asking for alignment between planning and delivery, between safety and equity, between statewide economic performance and community health. With your support from the Transportation Commission, with your leadership, I-270 and I-25 North can demonstrate how Colorado delivers complex corridor investments the right way, safely, fairly, and with lasting statewide value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, next on the agenda is comments of the chair and commissioners. Well, I'll start and go in order. Go by Commissioner District 1, Diane Barrett.
No comments this afternoon.
Okay. Second would be Commissioner Marcano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be brief. I just want to wish everybody a safe upcoming holiday. To please, mind road conditions, to ensure that their vehicles are ready if they are driving, and if they are not driving, to take advantage of the wonderful multimodal options that we have here in the Denver Metro. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Thanks so much. I don't want to jump the gun. I know that it's coming later in the agenda, but I just want to say that I think it's awesome and say congratulations to headquarters in Region 1 for being the way to go, Go-Tober winner. It's nice to see CDOT employees walking the talk and showing how it's done and being really mindful of all of the benefits and opportunities of our multimodal transportation system. So congrats. I was really excited to see that. And I would also, as I look out my window and see the winds blowing up here in Boulder County, encourage everyone to be safe out there and to have a great holiday.
Great. Okay, Commissioner Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair Cook. I want to bring an issue forward that I've brought forward before. Listen, I believe we have terrific budgeting staff, and I am always appreciative of the format with which they bring numbers forward. But one of the issues that I have brought forward before is that the enterprise budgets are included in the TC budgets. And what I believe is that two things happen. When those are all totaled up at the very bottom, that very bottom figure includes all of the enterprise dollars. And then by including the enterprise budgets within the TC budget, it gives the impression that this commission has control over those dollars. And quite frankly, only this commission is the board for only two of those enterprises, the Bridge and Tunnel and the FIE enterprises. So I guess the suggestion that I am making is that those enterprise budgets be, I guess, shown differently. And I realize they're highlighted in yellow at the top, but when the public looks at them, what they're looking at is the very bottom line number. And it really does not, that bottom line number does not display the true financial picture for the commission and CDOT. I think it gives kind of a false impression there. So I would just like to suggest that maybe in the future we take a look at how we report those enterprises. Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps a future discussion item or something that Jeff can bring up. Okay, Commissioner Ritter.
Thank you very much. Couple of thoughts this holiday period. I spent a good couple of hours earlier this month with a number of representatives of the Grant County community in a discussion about safety in Grant County on traffic safety. There have been a number of high-profile accidents and unfortunately deaths in the area. But probably the most sort of important element that came out of it was the significant increase in just traffic and auto usage in our rural counties, particularly Grant County, which has seen an increase since 2020 of almost 18%, I think it was. So as we start thinking about the 10-year plan and beyond for whatever, I just want everybody to keep in mind that some of the parts of the metro area are actually holding steady in terms of population, but not so much our Western Slope and resort communities. But in any case, I wish everybody a happy holiday period and indeed stay safe.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bowman.
Thank you, Commissioner Cook. Let me get my notes up here. There we go. Oh, hang on. I apologize. Could you move to another commissioner and come back to me if you
Sure.
would mind? Thank you. Appreciate it. I have my
Not at
notes.
all. Commissioner McLaughlin.
Well, I once again didn't have my thing up. First of all, happy holidays to everyone. I wish Christmas holidays, as they traditionally used to do, came with snow. They're not doing so well this year, but I expect to keep looking out and finding it snowing, and it's not doing that, so I'm a little upset with that. So anyway, I am very blessed this year to be able to work with Julie Constant and Justin Smith. The regional, they're really great, and they answer all my questions kind of before I ask them sometimes. So I want to thank them. Most projects in our area, like the rest of the state, are wrapping up. So people are kind of excited about not having construction 24 hours a day for the moment. And we are, I'm working especially with Julie on this one, but we're going to start doing a quarterly column in all the newspapers about what's going on with CDOT and kind of what we're up to and what's on the horizon. So I'm excited to kind of keep in touch with all of the constituents that way. So I think it'll be kind of interesting. So, and that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. What a great idea. Okay, Commissioner Parsons.
Thank you. I'll echo the happy holidays to everyone remarks shared from my colleagues. But then I think the only thing I wanted to point it out, since Sal was here today, Sal, I just appreciated you meeting with the city of Colorado Springs and some of those stakeholders and invited me to participate in that. It was really helpful to know that education processes are really, working on the local level. And so just appreciated that opportunity and you being there. So that's it.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Hart.
Well, I guess I can't pass because Barb's already done that. So no, I just had a couple of quick things. First of all, I wanted to thank Chair Cook for coming down to Pueblo and visiting us in District 10, Region 2, and taking a look at some of our projects and giving us a chance to discuss some of the things we've been able to achieve and some of our challenges going forth. Extremely valuable day, and so my hat's off to you, Chair Cook. That was wonderful. So that worked out a lot, really well for us here in the Pueblo area in particular. And then secondly, I just want to frankly thank all of CDOT staff and the members of the Transportation Commission. This has been a fantastic year. We have accomplished a lot, starting off the year with a major crisis on Highway 50 when we had a bridge basically ready to collapse on Blue Mesa Reservoir, all the way to this amazing technological changes that we've been able to make and the incredible amount of progress we've been making on projects as well as maintenance. It's just been a fantastic year. And I'll tell you, I thoroughly enjoy working with all the staff, particularly the folks that attend our TC meetings. What a better group of professionals I don't think I have ever met and had the pleasure of working with. So thank you all so much. And well, my colleagues on the TC, I'll tell you what, I learn so much every time I get a chance to talk to everybody, and particularly when we have new members join, my learning curve goes straight up. So it's been wonderful. I wish everybody a very happy and safe holiday season.
Thank you. Commissioner Masters.
Yeah, good afternoon. I will just a brief coattail on Colorado State Patrol. I want to remind everybody, buckle up, slow down, move over, go the speed limit, and for the love of God, please get a designated driver. Have a nice holiday.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Bowman, coming back to you.
Okay, you're circling back around to me. Well, I'm prepared now. So I have some fun comments. So I want to echo Commissioner McLaughlin on working with Jason Smith and Julie Constant. It has been a fabulous year, and they are great assets to our area of the state, definitely. I want to just talk about Grand Valley Transit created and implemented a Polar Express bus on December 11th here with a special reading of the Polar Express as you cruise around town in a bus enjoying the festive lights. And they even had one round in Spanish. So this event was very well received by the community. The sign up was encouraged for the event, and they filled up about 24 hours with 200 riders. So most of who had never ridden Grand Valley Transit before. So I just wanted to throw that out as a great idea that maybe other communities can copy. Also, great presentation from Region 2's Jennifer and Shane on the $4 million grant they received for the US 50 shift passing lanes request, which will reduce frequency and severity of crashes on Highway 50. And as Commissioner Hart said, Highway 50 is an important and very busy corridor in the state, and the focus on increased safety is wonderful. And in our packets, not only did we get to read about the award, but we also got to read about CDOT's own commuting program, which assists and educates employees to take advantage of alternative forms of commuting to reduce VMT. What a great way to walk the walk. So bravo. Happy holidays to all CDOT staff. And as Chair Hart said, it has been an amazing year. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start going first so I don't have to follow everybody, just exercise that prerogative. But first of all, I wanted to echo congratulations to the Region 1 folks for the GoTober award. We'll hear about a little bit later. That's just great. And as Vice Chair Bowman said, you really know how to walk the walk or walk the talk, and thank you for that. And then along the lines of Jessica Mickelbust, our RTD for Region 1, she was so helpful in getting together with me and the mayor and city manager of Arvada. I think that was such a productive conversation, and I appreciate the time and effort that went into that. Second, on the visit to Pueblo, I was there by virtue of a conference called Colorado Cooperation that Barbara was originally going to be on a panel with Karen Stewart, our past chair. And that evolved. She wasn't able to do it. And so since I was going to be down there anyway to cheer her on, I went ahead and substituted, a poor substitute, I know, but had the pleasure of doing that and of serving on that same panel with Sal Pace. So glad to see him again today. That visit was such a benefit for me. I'm, got to tour the HQ, the CDOT headquarters down in Region 2, and also their materials lab, which is really impressive. Talk to the folks there. And then we were able to take a quick trip to view the 50B interchange and to just talk things through. So it gave me much better glimpse of what's going on in areas that aren't the Denver metro area. And I really appreciated that. And I'm wanting to get to each of the regions in the course of the next 6 months. So tentatively, I'm heading over to Grand Junction at the beginning of March. We'll be working with Jason Smith and Barbara Bowman and Rick Ritter also on that, what kinds of things we can see. And then finally, did get to accompany leadership from CDOT to the Joint Budget Committee session on Friday. And I wanted to tell you that I was impressed with the level of preparation, the presentations, and the quality of responses. And it was a very good session. I think everybody agreed it went really well. So we're lucky to have the folks that we have leading our agency, and want to thank them, plus everybody involved in all the things that CDOT does, especially now as we head into the holidays and the winter travel. So thank you all, and very, very happy holidays to everybody. Okay, so next thing we have is the comments or the executive director's report. Director Liu, are you on the line?
I am.
Yay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the important discussions today. A few things to highlight this month, sort of consistent with what other folks mentioned. First, we've done a number of kind of pre-winter driving safety events over the past few weeks, including the winter kickoff that was held in Georgetown, where Senator Roberts, who sponsored some important legislation, joined us, and we talked about hazards of winter driving, chain and traction law compliance, and other important issues, including the new requirements vis-a-vis left lanes. So one of many events that we'll do to highlight the needs on the I-70 corridor in particular as we move into the winter months. We also did a press conference with Mothers Against Drunk Driving to highlight the very hard patterns that we too often see around the holidays, and really implore folks to be mindful of driving sober and all of the things that you've heard from commissioners. So more outreach to be done on that, but it is a critical thing for us all to focus on at this time of year. Last week we had our JBC hearing. Thank you, Chair Cook, for joining us in the Solidarity. Really good presentation by a broad range of members of the CDOT team who tackled a far-reaching set of topics of interest, and really, I think, did our programs proud in terms of the presentation. So, big thanks to Jeff, Darius, Piper, Dave Ulay, and Emily, and the many folks who contributed, because that's a deck that has many hands. Finally, I'd highlight that over the past few weeks, we held what has become one of my favorite traditions at CDOT, our Snow Fighter events, where we do kind of an early season appreciation for the folks across the state who really surge at this time of year and do the hard work of keeping our roads safe and open. We had really great attendance, and between Herman, Sally, and myself, we were able to make it to most of them. And the big ones had hundreds of snow fighters in attendance, and we were just able to have that touch and say thank you to so many of them individually for the hard work that they do, and particularly the hard work that comes around the holidays. With that, I just conclude by giving a shout out to DMO and all of the maintenance folks in Region 4 and 1 especially, who are doing phenomenal work with the wind today. And Bob Pfeiffer is doing incredible lifting, helping to coordinate far across the state, and just the team has really stepped up on something that's not our typical kind of winter event, and it's an example of how ready our crew is for whatever comes. So with that, thanks, happy and safe holidays, and be mindful of all of the risks that come around the holiday season. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Keith Stepanek, this is Chief Engineer's report.
All right, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. Just a couple items I wanted to touch base during the virtual meeting today. First off, I just, with coming towards the end of the year here, I wanted to just touch a little bit on the capital program and how well our program was successful this year. So one of the first measures we take a look at is how many contractor payments that we make on our capital program. So in the packet towards the end is a snapshot of the dashboard figure for calendar year 2025. Our program estimated that we would have around $916 million of contractor payments in calendar year 25. We're forecasted to exceed that by about $16 million right now. So I think it was a well thought out and planned and executed program on behalf of the regions this year. So just wanted to point that out, that we're doing a great job as we get through 11 out of 12 months, almost 12 months for the complete year. One of the other measures that we take a look at is how many contracts we award. This year, our numbers were down a little bit from some of the previous years. We're looking to award about 94 contracts on our capital program, but our value of those awards is over $1 billion. So we just hit the 1 billion threshold, which is a pretty staggering number for our program to get out. So just wanted to congratulate everyone on hitting those marks for the year. One item I wanted to touch on the capital program that we don't talk about too much is the amount of work that our teams put into evaluations. So we hire designers and engineers to help design and produce our plans that we put out to bid and for construction. Just on a note here is we advertise what we call a non-project specific front range general engineering contract. We received 42 proposals from that. Our selection team is about 6 or 7 individuals across the front range, and they needed to narrow it down and select 15. So we selected 15 firms out of 42, but the amount of time and effort that those panelists put into having pre-meetings with the consultants as requested, going through the evaluations and arriving at those scores is just something that they do on the side while they're trying to produce all of the projects for our system. So I just wanted to congratulate the team for all that time and effort in meeting with the the firms and selecting the right firm. So I really appreciate that. And then the last thing, I just wanted to kind of follow up on Commissioner Masters' comments. Just got some new numbers in that's a little tough to talk about today, but the amount of fatalities on our roadways in Colorado doubled in November of 2025 compared to November of 2024. So November of 2024, we had 35 fatalities. Our numbers that we believe are final for November are 71. That is a doubling, worrisome number that we're going to continue to focus on next year and see how we can get these fatalities and serious injuries down. And it starts with slowing down. It starts with distracted driving. I just encourage everyone to please pay attention as you drive, slow down, and get home safely. So those numbers just came in a couple minutes ago as I was waiting to speak today. So it's very troublesome, but we'll do everything we can to get those numbers down. But with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, that's really awful to hear. Thank you for bringing it up. Okay, so moving on, we have the CTIO Director's Report. Piper Darlington.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one update from me heading into the end of the year here. I wanted to let the Commission know that we are kicking off our second year of partnership with Winter Park Resorts to expand service on the Winter Park Express. So that's kicking off this week. And I got some recent numbers as of yesterday. And so far, compared to last year, bookings are already up 25% and fares are down 22%. So we are really excited to see our congestion impact fee at work and, hopefully trying to do our part to help relieve some congestion to the mountains this winter. So I will continue to keep the Commission updated as we get performance numbers on how that program is doing, but happy to answer any other questions and just happy holidays to all the commissioners and appreciate all of the joint sessions with my board and myself. And I look forward to continuing all of our work together on rail in 2026.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And glad to have that good news. I don't think we have Gary Beatty here today. So I think we're going to go ahead and skip the staff report and hope to hear. Oh, here's Darius. Go ahead, please, Darius.
I just have a message. Yeah, Chair Beatty was unable to attend, and Vice Chair Williams sends her regrets. She was unable to be here as well, and the minutes of the last staff meeting are in the packet for the Commission to take a look at.
Yeah, thank you for noting that. And then we'll look forward to next month's report. So, yeah. Okay. Next on the agenda is our consent agenda. Just reading those for the record. That's proposed resolution 1, approve the regular meeting minutes of November 2025. Proposed resolution number 2, IGA approvals of less than $750,000. Proposed resolution number 3, adoption of the 11th edition of the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, MUTCD, and the Colorado supplement to the MUTCD. And then finally, proposed resolution number 4. We had workshop on this earlier. US 50 shift passing lane project request for alternative delivery, CMGC. Okay, so does anybody want to remove an item from the consent agenda? And if not, then I'd ask for a motion, and please announce your name as you give it.
Bart Bowman, so moved.
Okay, second?
Elise Jones, second.
Okay, Commissioner Bowen, the movement, and then Commissioner Jones, the seconder. And any other questions or discussion? Please, all in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay, those pass unanimously. Then moving on, now we'll discuss and act on proposed resolution number 5. That's providing financial support to the Front Range Passenger Rail District, FRPRD. And Kay Kelly is our staff contact for this one. Kay?
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair. I'm here today requesting your approval of TC resolution number 5 related to financial support for the Front Range Passenger Rail District. This was reviewed in the budget workshop earlier today, and there was also a public comment on it. But approval of this resolution is going to allow CDOT staff to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Front Range Passenger Rail District. This will allow us to advance the planning, technical, and financial work necessary to move this project toward implementation. This is targeted financial support from CDOT, and it will include clear benchmarks, deliverables, schedules, performance metrics, reporting requirements, and financial accountability provisions. It's intended to be $1.5 million in the first year of the IGA, and an additional $1.5 million in the second year will be contingent on the district's successful completion of the work in that first performance period. Front Range Passenger Rail is an important project for Colorado. It's in alignment with CDOT's statewide multimodal objectives, along with the state's broader goals around expansion of travel options and reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would request that you consider a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Kay Kelly? Commissioner Jones, please.
I don't have a question, but I wanted to get in line to make the motion to approve, since this is a project that's near and dear to my neck of the woods. So I don't know, are we ready?
Anybody else, please raise your hands if you have questions. Otherwise, we'll proceed with the motion, reserving it for Commissioner Jones.
So I move approval of resolution number 5 to provide financial support to the Front Range Passenger Rail District.
Okay.
Second.
The second was by, I'm sorry, who?
Diane.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barrett. Unless there's any other discussion, we'll go ahead and vote. I will say, first of all, we had a chance to discuss this at the workshop. There was a lot of good information provided there in the discussion and in the PowerPoint. And I'm with others just very excited to help and support the Front Range Passenger Rail District in its effort to bring rail back to the Front Range of Colorado. So thank you all. And with that, please, if you're in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, looks like we're good on that. Thank you. And we'll move on to resolution number 6, which is discuss and act on proposed resolution 6, the 4th budget amendment of FY 2025 and 26. Jeff Sudmeyer, please.
Thank you, Chair. And if you'll permit me, I want to make one comment with respect to Commissioner Gutierrez's comment earlier about the budget. Certainly, I think that's something we can bring up for some further discussion. I don't want to take time now, but maybe we can bring that up as part of our budget workshop in January. I can tell you there are a couple of reasons why we incorporate the enterprise budget into the overall document. One of the main ones being that while the commission approves the document, it's not actually a commission budget, it's a CDOT budget, and the enterprises operate as divisions of CDOT. So I think there are probably some things we could maybe discuss about how we could make the distinction more clear that those budgets are not subject to commission approval, but there are some practical reasons for why we include that, including not having to submit 7 different budgets to the state as opposed to 1. So in any event, just wanted to offer a brief response to that, and I'd be happy to have some further discussion on that and maybe entertain additional ideas at our January workshop. So thank you for permitting me that, Chair. But back to the matter at hand, the amendment to the fiscal year 26 budget. Again, we discussed this in detail earlier on in today's workshop, so I will try to be brief here. The December budget amendment includes 2 requests. The first request reallocates $2.6 million from line 44 Innovative Mobility Program to line 66 Agency Operations. This has the effect of both increasing the program administration budget for the Office of Innovative Mobility by $1.4 million to a total of $2.6 million. And it also transfers that budget to the agency operations line of the department, so we are more consistent with where and how we show administrative budgets across the department. The second request is aligned with your previous item related to the Front Range Passenger Rail IGA. And this is a request to transfer $3 million of the roll forward balance from the Innovative Mobility Program line 44 to line 47 rail programs. And again, I think Kay just walked you through that again, so I will limit my description of that request to that. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'd request you consider a motion to approve.
Any questions for Jeff? Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Chair Cook,
Yes.
this is Commissioner Marcano. I'll move to approve.
Okay, motion for approval, second.
Todd
I'll
Masters,
second it,
second.
Barbara.
Okay, Commissioner Marcano made the motion and Commissioner Masters, the seconder. With no further discussion, everybody in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there anybody opposed? Okay, that's good. And then we'll move on to proposed resolution number 7, the 5th budget supplement of FY 2025 and 26. Jeff?
Thank you. Again, I'm requesting your approval of the December budget supplement, which includes 2 items, both of them from Region 4. Both of these items reallocate 10-year plan project savings. The first reallocates $3.7 million of project savings to the Colorado 119 BRT Safety and Mobility Improvements Project. These additional funds are needed to address inflationary impacts on construction cost and changes to the project design. This project is scheduled to go to ad in June, so the additional funds are needed in order to proceed to advertisement in a few months' time. The second request reallocates $1.4 million approximately in project savings to the Colorado 86 Town of Kiowa and Elizabeth project. A more recent cost estimate incorporating additional floodplain related bridge requirements has resulted in a shortfall in the budget. This will provide the funds to close that shortfall so the project can move forward to add next month. So happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'd request you consider a motion to approve.
Any questions for Jeff? One thing I'd note, Jeff, Commissioner Gutierrez, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Cook. I don't have any questions, but I do have a couple of comments. Number one, I think all 3 of these projects, and I start with segment 6 on I-25, and I want to congratulate Region 4 RTD Heather Paddock and her staff and everyone that was involved in bringing this project in on time and under budget. And then to highlight the other projects, then being able to move some of this money down to the Colorado 59 project down there and move it forward so that we can save money in the long run it just highlights the way we operate and how we do these kinds of projects. And I-25 had multiple funding ways to get this project done, and it included everything from local monies to various colors of CDOT money, CTIO involvement, and again, I think that project highlights the way we have to try to do business and bring projects forward in this state. And then Colorado 119, a really good project, but has faced some challenges in being able to keep it moving forward and again trying to analyze how we do things. And I know that that Boulder and Longmont and Boulder County wanted CTIO to get involved with managed lanes on that. And when we did the study, we were unable to get involved there. And I think it highlights when we do those kinds of studies, like on 119, I frequently hear from people who have these east-west corridors about how CTIO might be able to help. And unfortunately, when you have these east-west corridors, they have a lot of traffic lights, and it just highlights how difficult it is for CTIO to get involved in some of these projects. But anyway, I really wanted the public really to understand that we do everything we can to deliver projects early, on time and under budget if we possibly can. And congratulations again to Heather Paddock and her crew and everybody else that was involved. Thank you very much. And I would be glad to make the motion when it comes time for that.
Okay, I'll reserve you for that. Yeah, it's good to see the savings and how they can immediately be flipped over into other projects to help make them happen. I would note there's an extra zero in the 1.4 million for Colorado 86 town of Kiowa in the resolution itself, just for the correction there. Okay, with no other questions or comments listed here, if we have a motion by Commissioner Gutierrez. Do we have a second?
Second, Masters.
Okay, by Commissioner Masters. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there anybody opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. So we're moving on to the resolution number 8, the State Infrastructure Bank SIB rate update, please. This is Kay Kelly and Jessica Mickelbest.
I think the SIB rate is me.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not sure if we have maybe have an error on the agenda, but I'm requesting your approval of the interest rate for the State Infrastructure Bank for loans originating in the first half of fiscal year 26. The Division of Accounting and Finance is recommending that we maintain the current rate at 3.5% and maintain the current origination fee schedule. So this is the interest rate for the State Infrastructure Bank. There is a highway account and there is an aeronautics account. Most of the grants are made out of the aeronautics account and approved by the Division of Aeronautics, but the Transportation Commission sets the interest rate for both the highway account and the aeronautics account. So we are recommending that we maintain the current interest rate of 3.5%. We base that recommendation on current U.S. Treasury market and federal funds rates, as well as projections for both of those. And we have held the rate at 3.5% for the last couple of quarters, as we've seen some easing in rates. The federal funds rate, to provide context, is currently stands at 4%, with our SIB rate recommendation to be maintained at 3.5%. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'd request you consider a motion to approve. And again, this rate would apply for the next half of the fiscal year through June 30, at which point we'd be back with another request for approval.
Okay. Any questions for Jeff on the SIB rate? With that, I'd take a motion.
Madam Chair, move to approve.
Commissioner Marcano.
Thank you.
I'll second Commissioner Bowman.
Okay, Vice Chair Bowman, a second. All right. Would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay, it looks like that goes. And now we get to the funner part even. CDOT recognition for winning DRCOG's October Commuting Challenge for the large employee category. And you know, the agenda wasn't wrong. I looked at the wrong line. So this is Kay Kelly and Jessica Mickelbest.
Thank you. I was a little worried when I had to talk about the SIP. I wasn't prepared for that. So, but thank you. And thank you also for all the nice comments from the commissioners during your remarks already about this award. We had planned to put this on the TC agenda in November when this news was hot off the presses. But the November agenda was already quite full. So Herman asked, is it okay to move to December, considering this is, a virtual meeting and TC wouldn't be able to congratulate folks in person? And I told him I thought that would be okay because I didn't want to wait too long. And really, what better way to reward people for alternative commuting than to do it on a virtual meeting where everyone's able to telework. So here we are. And I'm sure some folks that we're recognizing today are watching on the YouTube stream. So, but a big part of OIM's work is related to mode shift. As you all know, we provide a lot of support and education for a variety of transportation demand management practices, both as part of CDOT projects and local agency projects. But one of the lesser known things that my mobility services team does is transportation demand management for our own CDOT employees. So we do work closely with HR on this because commuter benefits are part of our overall employee benefits program. But really the goal here is to have CDOT walk the talk and make sure that our staff are able to take advantage of alternative forms of commuting so that we can help reduce vehicle miles traveled in our own daily commuting habits. So we have a variety of commuter benefits program available, including RTD Eco Passes and Guaranteed Ride Home program for employees that live in the RTD service territory. For those who live outside the RTD territory, we also have a mass transit reimbursement program that allows those employees to purchase transit passes from whatever their local transit agency is. We also have a bicycle commuter program to offset costs associated with cycling to work. So really lots of options available statewide. And with our headquarters building adjacent to the Decatur Federal Station and 2 major bike paths, we have some really good options literally at our front door. So if you go to the next slide, DRCOG does run a Way to Go program. It's a fun commuter challenge in the month of October, cleverly called Go-tober. And this is where individuals and companies can sign up to track their alternative commutes during the month. And you get points for every trip that you take that's a non-solo driving commute in the month of October. We were really excited. CDOT won the Go-tober Company Challenge in the extra large employer category. So we had lots of employees participate and log their commutes. We had some fun promotions during the month, including this flat repair workshop that you see in the picture to help people gain some confidence in fixing flat tires to make that experience on your bicycle a little less intimidating if it happens to you. And on the next slide, you can see our data from the challenge. We logged over 700 total trips, more than 7,000 miles of alternative commuting in the month of October. That reduced over 5,600 pounds of CO2, 3 pounds of NOx, not to mention burning some calories, getting some good exercise, and saving our employees some money along the way. On the next slide, I'd just like to recognize some of the key contributors to this effort. And this does encompass both our headquarters and Region 1 staff because we're co-located in the same building. So we did this as a collaborative project. So Annalise Von Vono is our bike ped planner in DTD. She's a really incredible resource in CDOT for all things bike ped. She organized our kickoff event and outreach. Ricky Light is a multimodal liaison from Region 1, and he led the Go-tober teams. Gerardo Hidalgo is a professional engineer in Region 1. He assisted with event logistics and communication. Ronaldo Maristani is a project coordinator in the Office of Innovative Mobility, and he, along with the rest of my mobility services team, provided general support to the event. And our OIT group helped out with our flat repair workshop. So that's kind of the core team. I'd also like to thank all the CDOT employees who participated and logged trips. We did really well this year. We're really proud of this accomplishment. We're ready to defend our title next October. So I just encourage everyone to keep up the good commuting habits. And that's all. Thank you.
What a great effort. Anybody have any
bravo.
questions or comments? Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Well done.
Absolutely. Kay, how many, you may have had this on a slide, but I missed it. How many employees participated?
I'm not sure that was on the dashboard, but we had over 700 trips logged. So,
yeah. So wow, quite a few actually. That's just wonderful. So thank you, and thank all of those who participated and who helped organize the effort. Really, really well done. So, okay. That completes our TC agenda. We'll adjourn and go right into the Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise Board of Directors meeting. Again, Wednesday, December 17th. It's 3:54 p.m. and we'll go ahead and ask for Mr. Stockinger to call the order or call the roll call. I'll call the order.
Director Barrett.
Present.
Director Marcano.
Present.
Director Jones.
Present.
Director Gutierrez.
Here.
Director Ritter.
Here.
Director McLaughlin.
Present.
Director Parsons.
Present.
Director Hart.
Here.
Director Masters.
Here.
Vice Chair Bowman.
Here.
Chair Cook.
Here. Herman, did we have anybody signed up for public comment here?
We do not.
Okay. Then we move right into the consent agenda. This is proposed resolution BTE number 1, approve the regular meeting minutes of November 20, 2025. Any changes or additions to that? Then we're ready for a motion.
I so move. Barbara.
Commissioner McLaughlin, and
This is
second.
very hard. I'll second that.
Okay, Commissioner Hart for the second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? All right, well, no other matters, I take it? Then I think we're good for adjournment there. And we don't have fuels impact
Chair.
enterprise. Yes.
Chair, we do have, I think that was the consent agenda. We do have a
Oh,
budget
there's a budget
supplement with Patrick.
proposed. Yeah, of course I knew that. Sorry about that. I was just rushing us out the door here. So Patrick Holinda, please talk about BTE number 2, the 6th budget supplement to FY 2025-26.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
So I'm here today to request your approval of the 6th supplement to the fiscal year 2026 Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise budget. This month, our supplement includes one request from Region 2 for $2,755,741 in faster bridge safety surcharge to fully fund the design phase for the US 85 Fountain Creek Critical Bridge Replacement for Community Connectivity and Safety Project. This replaces one Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise eligible bridge. So the board has previously approved just over $500,000 in funds for scoping and preliminary design of the bridge in 2024. And we also recently discussed the structure at length at the September 2025 board meeting when a BTE state funding match of $11.2 million to submit this project for capital construction grant opportunities was approved. So our goal with this supplement is to continue to advance the project toward shovel ready as we work to identify construction funding and increase its competitiveness for future grant opportunities. Due to the bridge's condition, safety issues created by the bridge's substandard geometry, and the importance of the structure with respect to local and regional mobility, the structure is in the top tier of our Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise Bridge Prioritization Plan. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I ask that you consider a motion to approve. Thank you.
Any questions? I had one quick one. I'm going from memory. When I went through the packet, it seemed like the amounts, they totaled to 2.7 million plus for design, but are they programmed in separate years? Are you breaking up the design into separate years, or did I just see that wrong?
Let me take a look at our materials just to confirm. So we're taking the entire 2.7 million out of our fiscal year 2026 budget. We do anticipate that the project will be designed over several fiscal years, though. So budget coming out of this current fiscal year and expenditures through fiscal year 2029.
Are they separate contracts? Are they done internally, or how does that work?
So thus far, the vast majority of the work has been done by in-house resources. We do have some consultant support on the project. So as we move towards final design, we'll have to make that decision on project delivery. Generally with a project of this size, and I believe it's the intention in this case, is that we do have a mix of in-house resources where we do have availability augmented with consultant resources to complete the design for the project.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay, any other questions, or if not, is there a motion?
So move this, Chair.
So moved.
Commissioner Hart
Seconded.
and
Yeah.
Commissioner Ritter as the mover and seconder. Okay, please, all in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay, unless I've done it again, I think we are at other matters, and then none. So we're looking at adjournment for the year, and wanted to wish everybody the very happiest. Herman has his hand up. I knew I missed something. Go ahead, Herman.
No, you didn't miss anything. I just wanted to make sure I got this out there. I did hear from at least one commissioner today that they have on their calendars a meeting tomorrow. I own all of the TC calendar invites, and I've canceled everything for tomorrow. And I know that sometimes, and I don't see anything on my calendar for it. And I know sometimes if you use Outlook and, there's things don't translate properly or whatever, but I'll watch for that more in the future, but if any of you do have a calendar invite for TC tomorrow, don't show up.
Thanks, Herman.
But are we supposed to have one for Southwest Planning and GHG coordination?
Yes, we do. That committee meeting is, I don't think, yes, that is tomorrow. I think
That is
Darius is
tomorrow.
still on, he can confirm, but we do have a statewide plan and GHG coordination committee meeting.
Yes, that is there. I think the other meeting is like the regular TC meeting. Invite.
Herman?
Thank you.
Commissioner Ritter?
Yes, can I confirm that the next meeting of this commission is on the 14th and 15th of January as opposed to the third Wednesday of the month, which is the 21st?
Sorry, I had to get off mute. Yes, that's correct, because it's always the third Thursday of the month and then the day before that, as opposed to
Got
the
it,
third
okay.
Wednesday of the month. Makes a big difference sometimes.
Every
Thank
once in a
you.
while. Yeah, and those canceled appointments or meetings still live in my calendar too, but just, they're kind of overwritten by the new one. And so I just have to keep an eye on that, but it's no big deal at all. Yeah. Okay, everybody. Happy holidays. Thank you.
Happy holidays,
Happy
everybody.
holidays, y'all.
Thank you,
Merry
everybody.
Christmas, everybody.
Thanks.